there's some custom stuff in it that finds basically stuff that's on the bottom of on the bottom of the kilts, right? Kilts is similar to Bollinger Bands, if you guys never heard of it, right? One is uses standard deviation, one uses average true range. Mine tend to be a little bit more, I would say, customized than what you get out of the box, right? And I basically have the scans that find the stuff, whether it's stocks or ETFs on the bottom of the clouds or the top of the clouds, right? When something is on the bottom of the cloud, if it's monthly or weekly or quarterly, I typically get interested when there's a weekly level that's when the stock is on the bottom of the monthly and the weekly level is there as well. And if quarterly like middle of the cloud is there as well, it gives that much more confidence that there's a high potential for a bounce. And since I've been using it, man, I would say it's been rare that we break the quarterly bottoms, and probably happened once. And if you guys think about the October bounce that we had on SPY, that was actually monthly bottom. So the higher the Kelt, whether it's a monthly or quarterly, the higher the chance of a bounce. That means the exhaustion is probably there. A lot of, I would say, components go into it, but from the Keltner standpoint, it's really, really rare that you break the quarterly, bottom or top. And if I was to tell you right now, we are at the monthly top, weekly top, and quarterly top on SPY. So when somebody tells you that, I would either we're gonna get an influx of volume where you guys have not seen this since 2020, or we're gonna dump all the way down, on SPY somewhere in 360s, right? So those would be the extremes and how I play it, right? And when we talked about long time frame buyers and sellers, right? When in the PowerPoint, they rarely cross paths, right? I mean, a long time buyer is not going to be buying something at the monthly top, weekly top, and a quarterly top. They're trying to see if you can get rid of the inventory at the highest prices, just as if you would if you're selling a product, right? You would make that product sound so much better, or do some really good advertisement and buy it, and then poof, when you get it, it's shit. So I had a friend. I'm not. Sometimes he joins in the Discord. So he bought one of those hammocks on Amazon. He bought it, and when it got delivered, it was literally for babies. It was a hammock for babies. He paid $55. I guess he didn't read the description of them, but the reviews were really good on Amazon. I mean, it had over 1,200 reviews, almost 5 stars, but it was made for babies. And I don't know who puts babies in the hammock, but basically he's a 6'6" person and he got a hammock the size of a laptop. And if somebody does a good job of advertising and marketing that product, it's not hard to manipulate people, right? And we talked about this, right? Are you willing to, you close half of your chart and you show the highs? Are you willing to buy the stocks there? And this is how I'm able to, at least, we've had handful that we had last time. This is the list that we had. Does everybody have a link to this? You guys should. If not, I'll post it on the Shorty's little corner where I keep the PowerPoint. This is the list that we had last time, and I checked. Unfortunately, I don't have all of these. I didn't get Wolf. I really wanted this. This was a good payday. LUV had a really, really good bounce, and some of these are still in the running for it. But we'll take a look to see if anything changed, because we had quite a bit of movements, right? So if you have the script for scanning, you want to go here under Keltner channels, and you want to change this to monthly, and then we can run the scan, and then you'll see, hey, what is on the monthly bottom, right? So right here, you see that there's, I think TAN is a solar ETF from China. Let's see, it is, yeah.
It's been getting killed all year.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. So it still has a long ways to go. See, for instance, this one, I have no interest to buy right now. It would need to go about 51 and a half for me to get interested, but everything points that it wants to go to 31. So if it goes to 31, I'd buy it. Otherwise, no interest. Somebody posted, one of our members, and that used to be with us, with the MAA. I don't know what this is. Some kind of Mid-America apartment community. Actually, it looks very good. On the clouds, it looks solid. It's on the bottom of the monthly, bottom of the weekly. It's a little bit pricey, about $120, $127. So if it does clear, what is this? If it clears 128.4, most likely runs to 142. Just not enough skin in the game for a shorter period, but for a long term, it was trading at 231, right? And this is actually the breakout level from previous consolidations. So it might be something to look at. And I don't know, how it's, structured, what's in it, but it might be. I wouldn't personally buy it just on the real estate side just yet, but it might be worth looking at. Dominion, that one I think we had on our list previously, I think in the beginning of the year. Oh man, yeah, this one is still very bearish. No interest in this one. This one I would not buy even if it was free, if they gave it to me for a penny ever. So it's just whenever I type ES, it goes to that one. CSIQ. I think this is the one that Dirty told me about. Oh, this one looks very good. This one looks very good. All right, we'll add this one.
Where did you say the link was for this, Shorty?
CSIQ anywhere between 21, 22 if you can grab.
No,
If you can
I'm
grab.
talking about as far as this shares folder.
Oh, I'll post it here afterwards. Let me do it right
Okay.
now so you guys have it here. There's a little channel that I keep for myself, Shorty Trading PowerPoint. I'll put it there.
Okay.
There, I just tagged it. There you go. So I like
All right. I
CSIQ.
screenshot it last time, but
Yeah, it might be good to have a link. I don't mind this right here, the CSIQ monthly bottom, weekly bottom, and they're lined up perfectly. Do you guys want to see the bottoms, or you guys trust me enough that I'm running off scan, so I can share the chart. It's just that flipping back and forth. It's gonna be a little.
that's fine. You don't have to.
It has a clear path to 30, so if you're grabbing 21.20, and it pumps to 30, it's a good exit for me.
Shorty,
Mm-hmm.
when we're using this, where are you looking for the monthly bottom?
What do you mean where? On Thinkorswim?
You,
Or like?
yeah.
Yeah, this is,
Or is it
yeah.
because you put in the indicator and then it shows which ones are at the bottom?
So it's basically a custom scan, right? It's a custom scan that I have, and then I adjust it to what I want it. Like right now, we're searching monthly bottoms, right?
Okay,
If
I
I
got.
want the weekly, yeah, it's a custom scan. So this one's searching monthly bottoms right now. It's in Thinkorswim, Ameritrade tool, or Schwab. I don't know if it's officially changed yet. So Marina is at a big level, right? You guys can see that there's a lot of people getting sick. I did hear a lot of conversations about RSV vaccine coming out. This is at a really, really good level, guys, for shares. I don't like buying bio for long periods of time just because they can manipulate it one tweet. But Myrna is not bad, I think, here.
Can you look at one, Shorty?
Yeah, we can definitely look at one. So let me just look at this.
It's actually a 3x on biotech. It's LABU.
LABU. LABU. Oh man, this hasn't moved in forever.
Yeah, but look where it's at right now.
I see it now. It's really leveraged, yeah. Oh yeah, I wouldn't definitely buy here, but yeah. It'll be good to buy around 64. I don't know what that is, right? How is it 3 times the leverage or?
Yes.
So somewhere, if it comes back to 64, so it's about to execute a really bullish setup to 103, right? So your re-entry might be 82 on a short pullback, longer pullback, you're looking at 65. That would be the ideal. But yeah, they hit the monthly bottom at 48, and ever since then they doubled.
Yep. I saw that the other day and I was like, woo.
It looks
Missed
pretty good
it.
if it comes back. INMD, I've heard of this one. Let's see. Consumer staples, probably not bad. Let's see CPB. I think we have CPB on our list, actually. Somebody brought it up last time. Yep, we have 42.91. Let's see if anything changed there. Ooh, man. CPB just took off. Oh. Yeah, CPB looks pretty good. Look at that one again. I'll make sure to add this. Man, General Mills has to be making money here. Is anyone in TSN shares? I'm still in it. I don't know if anyone got it. TSN looks very, very good, guys. Let me show you here. Here's TSN. Look at TSN right here. So you have the weekly, quarterly, and monthly, all the supports here on Tyson Foods. Yeah. I mean, that's a big one. It's a big, big level here. So anything comes close to, 47. So anywhere between 50 and 45, I would consider it add for a long-term hold. It's pretty good company as well. I mean, it depends what you rate it, but yeah. This one got demolished, Celsius. Do you guys know about this one?
Is that drink?
Yeah, it's the drink, but it's nowhere near a good level to buy. I would sure why would you even consider it. Yeah, I would not consider this at all. I thought it was at the monthly bottom. I don't know why I picked up that one. It has long ways to go to monthly bottom. It has another 50% of equity has to drop. Yeah, I would definitely not be interested here. Somewhere around 25, I'd be interested. And if you guys see one that you want to look at, I'm just looking at what I want. But if you guys want anything, let me know here. YUMC. Let me see what are they up to. You guys know what the Yum brands are?
Isn't that like
Is
Pizza
that the
Hut and
restaurant's
Wingstop?
fast food? Oops,
Yeah.
sorry.
This is at a really good level.
Do you mind taking a look at Restoration Hardware?
Yeah, we'll take a look. Is that RH or?
Yeah.
I like this here. I really like YUMC here. I put $1,000 in it. $40 to $42. Yeah, 52 would be a good exit, and then 57.64 on this. But this looks like a pretty good hold, and they pay dividends. What, 55 cents? It's not bad. Okay, that's monthly bottoms. Let's see if anything hiding on a quarterly. Is this thing really public? Match? Wow. I guess everybody's divorced. I mean, come on. What's going on here? Wow. I'm looking at Twilio. Have you guys ever heard of Twilio? I think they make software for gaming, if I remember. Man, they had a pretty good bounce off of the monthly bottom, quarterly bottom. I mean, it went $20. Not the ideal spot to buy here, but man, it is consolidating for an explosion. If you can catch this closer to 50, 60 or 52, this is a really good long. Yeah, I'll look to buy some at 50 and 60. Verizon is really good. I have a lot of Verizon. DocuSign's crap. Let's see, Pfizer. I have Pfizer. I don't know if anyone's in it. I have a lot of Pfizer. And man, if Pfizer hits 26, welcome pandemic into United States. Talked about Bubba last time. Bubba's ready for an explosion. Over 74, Bubba can take off all the way to about 88, 86. I think that's what we said last time. Okay, I'll buy a few Bubba. I believe I have calls on Bubba. I'll check. MMM. Take a look at 3M. Yeah, 3M is about to hit a resistance here. 3M needs to break 114, and then if it does, it's gonna run 30 points. I'm long in 3M since 90s. I would not look to average up here, but it looks like they're trying to set up value here. So they need to hold 97 to 105, and then 113 breaks. It's gonna go to 135. But anywhere close to 95 and 90 was, in my opinion, was a great buy. My average is in that range as well. I love 3M. And do you guys know that they're splitting a little bit of a company? Does anyone know? One of my friends is a VP there. He just got moved, I believe, to Minnesota. That's where their headquarters are. Supposedly, it's going to be good for the company and the balance sheet, so they wouldn't do it otherwise, right? Yeah, I'm really long on 3M. Let's see, what was the other ones that you wanted to see? Crisp, MM, and this. Yeah. Is it CRSP or? Can't find Crisp. GRN, CNDL. You have a whole alphabet in your letter name. I can't find either one. Maybe if you're talking about this one, yeah, this one's not desirable at this level. Maybe half the price, yeah. For longs, let's see, Diz. Yep, Disney bounced right off the weekly. The only way Disney is gonna crack, so if Disney does crack this level right here, which is sitting above 96, high chance it can go monthly top. There's nothing stopping it from Cloud's perspective. Most likely it would fly. And you see here what I was talking about earlier. When you have monthly bottom, weekly, and a quarterly, look what you get. It's unable to break that, guys. It's going to be really, really difficult for a stock to crack that. And they bounce perfectly there at $70, $80. I still think they can go lower, right? If we can catch it somewhere on the bottom here, because they have a lot of shit that they're going to be in for lawsuits. Much lower than that. I would say about 60% discount from here. I would consider it $30, but I'm not interested in it. Maybe I have a bias towards it. SMG. I've heard of this. Yeah, this one ran, but if it clears the 65, it can go 89. I'm not interested in this at all here. Yeah. Beyond Meat bounced nicely here, weekly bottom, and it was also monthly bottom here, so. It will have a really hard time around 26 here. Yeah, it'll have a really hard time, especially here where rejected 2384 is actually the monthly middle, so that's this middle of this cloud. And they're rejected. So if it loses this 21, most likely it's going to come back to 15. Disney looks, and I'm sorry, not Disney, Baba looks identical like this, guys. I think Baba is going to hit 120 by March. So just FYI, it looks very identical here.
Hey, Shorty, just real quick, you'd mentioned CRISPR, which is CRISP. They have an insane volume spike yesterday.
CRSP, this one?
CRSP. Look at this. Look at the volume on the turn volume on, and take a look at how it compares on a daily versus other days.
Let me just look at my other charts here. Yeah. Yeah, somebody uploaded here. Yeah, I mean, it has no reason not to go back to, like, especially here somewhere 55. Daily bottom, yeah, that's where they're headed right now. I see how they peaked below here. It's gonna go here, 55, and then lose that. It's gonna go back. 31s might be goodbye. I just don't know what they do.
They're into genetics and biosciences. They're considered one of the better companies in their technology, but it's not. They're trying to figure out application. I mean, that's in the process. But they have,
Yeah.
but they own patents to a technology that's needed for help for advancing in medicine, medical sciences. That's the type of thing.
Okay. See what else is coming up. And then, if you guys want to change stuff, when you have a scan, you can change the minimum price. I don't look at stuff, and I also have some rules around volume. I need constant volume, not one-time volume on the stock. Because if I buy it and then the volume dies down, I can't get rid of it. That'd be a problem. So that's why I do an average of 90 days is greater than 500,000. So, okay. And then if you guys need weekly is more intermediate, and I'm not interested buying long-term shares off a weekly bottom yet. See if there's anything interesting to spot. A lot of healthcare is on the bottom. Oxy might look good. Look at Oxy. Do have Oxy in my portfolio. Oh, Oxy looks very good. Yeah, Oxy looks solid here.
They pay a dividend too, don't they?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know who's in it, so of course they're gonna pay. He doesn't buy anything where he doesn't get monthly and quarterlies. Yeah. I mean, if they're to give you 50 here, I mean, I'd buy the boat here. I had a really good average on Oxy here and I sold it. I should have held it. What's the other one? Exxon. Exxon's another one I have. Oh, Exxon looks worse than this one because if Exxon loses 97, 85 is coming fast. That would be a good level for it. Oxy reached that level there already. So 50 would be ideal on Oxy. If they're to do this right here, fill this gap, that would be ideal. All right, what else do you guys have? So I think that's it. Not a lot changed. I was hoping that more changed on shares, but this is all I have.
Can you still take a look at RH?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot, totally forgot. I knew there was something I forgot. RH. That candle does not look good. Well, I'm assuming they had some sort of earnings because that's a.
Yeah, they did.
Man, that's a horrific candle. Yeah, I would be interested somewhere here, man. Probably lower, somewhere in between on the bottom of this and this. I wouldn't touch it till then. Especially if you see that they break this bottom right here with volume, so about 230, 225-ish. If they crack that, man, I would not touch it. There's a lot of resistance here where it's at right now, and then, you know, rejected this monthly top here perfectly. Peaked inside, went under, and phew, I think it has more. And don't they sell furniture, or if I'm thinking something else?
Yeah, they sell furniture. They got hotels. They do a bunch of stuff, but mostly furniture.
Yeah, I wouldn't be interested in it here, especially with this volume here. That unless it was good ER and then they're trying to dump it. It has to hold 228 this weekly bottom. If it loses that, then it's going to be a quick fill here, about $50 drop right there. So I wouldn't be interested. Let me see Netflix. Netflix usually moves well on clouds. And Netflix is trying to do a bullish run here all the way to 590, but has left a lot of room on the downside. CVX. CVX is going to 133. Same setup as if they reclaim this 147, they're going to go back to 157, but ultimately they're going to complete the monthly cycle to the downside here. 133, 130, that would be a decent level. I wouldn't be interested before that. And just to kind of give you guys an idea, if you guys look at Apple, this is where Apple is right now. It's at the monthly top, weekly top, and you know, personally, I don't have a lot of interest, and this is where it bounced from the monthlies. So not a lot of interest for me on the, I would say, on all of the big tech. Here's weekly, monthly top on Amazon. Same here, quarterly top on Google, AMD, same thing. This is all positioned for more downside unless we get some major run on the market here. Everything's pointing to more downfall here. Man, this looks, and you guys see how, for instance, here, if you zoom in, I'm just gonna go. See how structure is obviously poor if you had a volume profile here, but there's nothing stopping them to go to the monthly bottom 160s. Literally nothing in a way there. Minor bounces, but not much.
Shorty, can you please check KHC?
KHC, yep. Is that Heinz? Yep. Yep. We talked about this one before, I believe, when it was at 30s, right? We had KHC, I believe, on our list. Yep.
Yeah, we did.
Yep. Here's KHC when they offer that. 30 to 33 was a good zone for a buy. Oof. And look where they. If you listen, that was a, you know, or you made your own decision to go, but that was a really good opportunity on KHC. And, you know, Warren Buffett's loaded on this one. He's probably a majority owner on this. So now if they crack 36, they go to 42. I would look to close any of that. If you have some, I would trim my positions there. What else?
Thank you.
Yeah, 36.95 looks pretty tough. That one. I'm on weeklies now. MRO. Thought we had this one on our list before. That one's at a decent spot, guys. MRO is at a, oh, never mind. It can go to 18 quickly. All of these are dependent on what they do with crude. And crude has, I don't know if you guys pay attention to the news of government, but they're anticipating to start buying the, you know, strategic reserve. They're going to be buying that shortly as well. So I would anticipate that they're going to, anytime somebody says they're going to buy something at a level, that level never really happens. So I would watch for crude here. I mean, 63 is a monthly bottom on crude. So that was to crack. Let me show you here. This would be the monthly bottom here. So that was to come in here. That would be a good opportunity with Oxy, CVX, XSOM as well. They would all fly together and they're not able to crack the weekly top and they just completed that cycle. Ideally, they go to monthly bottom, and that would indicate that they want to go higher. Okay. All right. Any other stocks you guys want to take a look at? That would be a list for me, and I still have to make purchases on some of these here.
Dumpster's asking for PHUB.
PHUB.
Yeah.
Ah, he's being funny. He's being funny. That's Pornhub.
Oh my. Can you look at Tesla? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on it. Let's see what they got. It's honestly in the middle of both. It's in the middle of the weekly, right? And it's stuck between the weekly and the monthly mid. You see the range 229 to 240 to 226. And if you're kind of going smaller time frame, look where we've been trading a lot. So if they crack here, would be if they lose 236, you're gonna hit 222. For right now, they can go to 251. But they're consolidating here as well, so it's stuck in no man's land right now. It doesn't have a lot of. It looks like a major bear flag for people that pay attention to bear flags, right? Yeah. So from that perspective, everybody probably looking to go down, but at 204, it might be a decent bounce.
Thank you.
ENVX, Enovix Corporation. Oh, this looks like it's like a very cheap stock. I don't know about the volume and liquidity of it, but it looks like anything at the weekly bottom, it bounces. Ideally, monthly bottom, but I don't know if they'll give that to you. Crack over 14, it runs much 17, potentially 22. Heard this name come up a lot, CVNA. It's probably going to go to 45, 40, 50 here shortly, as soon as it reclaims this blue line of 38. Okay. What else do you guys have from stocks?
Can you give your thoughts on SoFi?
SoFi, yeah, I still have shares of that. I mean, it's been in this range for me. I don't even know how long. Yeah, it's been consolidating here forever. My range, my average is actually pretty good on this. I don't have a lot, but it's decent. I mean, we need to crack this, obviously, monthly top. Once you crack 11, most likely you're going to go 22. So in this range, right, especially if you're closer to 6.5 or so, it's pretty good. If they give me monthly bottom, probably throw in a couple of $1,000 more. Don't have a really big size, but I would buy on the bottom of the weeklies, sell there, or if you're holding for a really long period of time, it might be worth, accumulating on the bottom and selling the tops, or hold on and see if you can catch a spike. Whenever the rates go to zero, if they ever go to zero again or lower the rates, banks will take a beating at first, but then they're gonna kind of trajectory up, because they're gonna get a lot of free cash too. Oops.
All right, thank you.
What else you guys got?
Roblox.
What was that one?
RBLX.
Yep. So it has a path now to 52, right? It seems like the Bitcoin's been running, right? And then with the Bitcoin, of course, this is different, right? This is hold on. Is Roblox the gaming too?
Yeah, it's a game.
Yeah, for kids.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. This is the one that had the pornography in their gaming, I believe. Is that the one? with Nancy
I'm
Pelosi?
I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
it does.
Oh,
I've seen it on my kids' toys, like the game. It has like pretty weird pictures of like the Roblox,
oh
I guess. But
wow.
yeah, it has some weird stuff in there.
Yeah, I think this one is
Wow.
banned in many countries in Europe because of the pornography that they did. They solicit to kids. And Nancy Pelosi got in trouble on this one as well, and then she sold off on all her shares. But I personally just personally don't have it in a portfolio, nor would I support them. But if I was to look to make money off of it, right, regardless of emotions and feelings, I would look to, let them go higher here, right? Let them pop out of this little triangle, let them give you this like 40 retest, and then you can catch for 52. But I think the bottom, would be bottom fishing would be about 27 to 30 on this. I would not pay this much for this stock right now. Not sure if they have any like IP or what makes them special. I just know that they were in the hot waters for child stuff. There was another company. I think it might have been Etsy or Wayfair. Wayfair was in trouble.
Yeah, Wayfair was like there was a conspiracy about that too, that they were like selling kids on their website from
Yeah, they had
weird
some
things.
weird. I mean, if there's smoke when stuff like this comes out, I don't want to be participating in it. Wayfair, I mean, I don't know. I think they sell furniture as well online, but yeah, I'm not interested in it. It's at a good spot here. Probably go to 73 here if it cracks the 60 level rather quickly. Probably a day trade on this if it cracks here. But ultimately, you see that they love being on the bottom here on the monthlies and weekly. So I would look for this 46, 41 on this one. But just not my cup of tea, I guess.
About TLT.
Which one?
TLT.
TLT. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's look at that. I do have some. I think my average is somewhere here in the middle. I think it's 86.15, but don't quote me on it. I did buy some
88.
here, but it's not a bad hedge too, right? I mean, it's not bad to have, right? And I think there's another one that's, I think
I
Beam.
got TMF as well, but this
Yeah, yeah, that one I have a little bit of it, and I think I was down like 30-40% at one point. But I didn't put much. I put a couple of $1,000 in it. But I have some at 85, 86 level here. I bought some. Obviously, we got a crack inside 105. If you're inside 105, man, you would most likely go here, reject 115s. But ultimately, they're gonna complete this within the next, I would say a few years or less. They're gonna complete this. Because right now it's at the weekly, monthly bottom, and there's a lot going on here.
They
So
start
this
cutting
is
rates
not
this year.
resistant.
It's gonna,
Say it again. Sorry, I'll cut you off.
if they start cutting rates this year, it's gonna swing.
Yeah, I mean it can it can explode from here, but same thing, it can go even lower. If you look at this 20-year, this is the monthly bottom right now, and they cracked below it, and they quickly reestablished the support there. So if they reclaim this 105, watch out because it's gonna fly. You see how quarterly level got respected here. They went above. It's called bearish money shot. They came in. Inside the cloud, they came back for a retest and they completed it all the way down. I mean, that's a pretty big drop in TLT. NWL, yeah, this one's good. NWL, I'm probably going to add more. I think I did add more. I'll check my portfolios, but to me, this is a pretty good add. Does everybody know what this is framing to be on the terms of candles? This is like Nashi candles, but pretty sure. Look at this right here. This is your monthly, quarterly bottom. I mean, crack of 9, we're again going to catch a decent. You see, as soon as we crack this, you get a nice little impulse. My average is, I believe, 737, if I'm not mistaken on this. But yeah, I think this is a pretty good long hold, Vartez. This is not something I would look to sell immediately. You can accumulate this. If we can hit 25 to 30 on this, man, that's golden. I would take it all off. So yeah, I like this. Not bad at all. And then just so you guys can see, this is the same thing that we had, remember, on AT&T when we were like, hey, if it hits 13, it's gonna be great. They just hit monthly mid and they didn't like it. They gotta hop over that to go, and it's not a bad trim level here from support resistance perspective. This was expected. They're probably gonna pull towards 1493, so that's not a bad add if you're average costing. Okay.
Shorty, can I ask you for one more? IDV.
IDV.
I just have a couple of shares, but it pays a dividend.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, I would say anywhere, you know, if it could come back to 24, it's pretty good. Anywhere towards 24 looks pretty good, I would say. It's probably going to come back to 26 by the end of the.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Anything? Oh God. What? No, Ericsson is still alive? Not know that. Yeah, I mean, I would obviously prefer it where monthly, quarterly bottom, weekly bottoms are right here, but this is overextended a little bit. Over 586 is going to catch a major squeeze. It could catch all the way to 755 and then cracks that. You see, ultimately could go to 12 bucks if they catch this squeeze. But it seems like this will be coming back all the way to 495, 453. And in small shares like these are, I would say, penny shares, entry is really, really important because, 50 cents on this might not seem a lot to you. But if you can catch 50 cents from 4 or 5 to, let's say, 5.40, I mean, it's $1 a share on $5 stock. It's a lot. So anyway, I would look for 450. I just don't know what they do. Do they even make phones? What the hell do they make now? So 450, 5, and you see the bottom here is stacked. 450 to 427 is a beauty. Okay.
How about Ford, Amazon, and Google?
We did Amazon earlier. Amazon is at the weekly, monthly top. I would not initiate anything there. Google's also monthly, weekly top, quarterly top. Losing 130 on Google is really, really bearish. Ford, let's check Ford. Ooh. Ford has a little bit to go. Ideally, somewhere between 7.9 and 8.9 for shares. Oh, one stock I forgot that I hate, Macy's.
You hate?
They bounced off a weekly and a monthly bottom. This is usually a screaming long setup whenever this happens, when it's super aligned like this. I hate the company, but it looks like if it cracks 18 here, guys, this is going to go to 24 and complete the cycle completely here.
Is it hated more than Target and Amazon in your house?
I hate Target just because of living. She doesn't shop at Macy's, but she shops a lot at Target. Target's about to cool off. And you see again, isn't it amazing? You hit the weekly, the bottom, weekly, monthly, and look what happens. I mean, you get a spike every time. I would, yeah, if I had shares, this looks pretty bad here. And it's major, major resistance on Target coming up here. Probably a good short at 150s. UNG. This is leveraged, so man, it is taking a beating here. If it hits 384, probably buy quite quite a bit more, but it needs to clear 6 for any movement up right now. And it's slowly it looks like it might be ready to go. It needs to clear 5-5 to a pop to see a major pop, but ultimately 6-3 clears 6-7-4. Would not be shocked if we see by year end 7-7 here, so it's not a bad return here at this price.
What about Jets?
Which one?
Jets.
Dix?
Jets, the airline ETF.
Jets, yeah, we talked about this one at 16. I don't know if you guys remember, but Jets was pretty good at 16. That's how I came up with the, you guys recall AAL. We got AAL somewhere here, 11 something. That was a good one. And then LUV came up off the list. Same thing. And then I think there's United Airlines. Is it UA or UAL?
UL.
UAL.
Yeah, I missed this one. UAL was pretty good. I wanted UAL, but I didn't grab it. I still think we could catch a decent one on UAL. Let me give you this. If they fail here right now and lose about 36, I would buy some more because they would complete the monthly top, right? You see how they rejected here. I would be looking to see if they can come up to this level. I would buy some shares at this level, $30 in UAL. I did notice on Friday or day prior, cruise lines were having a field day. Yeah, I mean, they were running last week quite a bit. And they're coming to a monthly and a weekly top. Not have much interest in this right now, but yeah, most likely headed $7 here soon. Okay, what else you guys got?
You at DraftKings?
Which one was it? DKNG. Yeah, I don't know if you guys recall, those have been longer here. We had DraftKings, if you guys remember, on the monthly bottom way back. And we said it's not bad to throw some change. NFL season was starting at that time or whatever was happening. Obviously, yeah,
I had bought it low, and that's why I was wondering if I should start taking profit now.
You're right now. You're at some big levels here, so I would definitely trim some here. But if they crack 40, then you got to find the middle of this supply right here.
I was thanking Loose for his support in DraftKings on a regular basis.
Say it again.
I said I was thanking Loose for his support of DraftKings on a regular basis. I had the stock, and he kept gambling in it. So
yeah, I would trim some here if I was long from 12s. AMD, yeah, AMD. It needs a lot of net new buyers, right? This all of this inventory right now is getting depleted. They're selling here. Most likely it's going to go to 95. If you guys remember when they had earnings or whatnot, I said 95 is coming on AMD. They came back perfectly to 95 and bounced all the way to 130s. I would not be long here. My entry ideally is going to be somewhere in 60s on AMD. We had it at 55. We sold like 88, 95. I'm not interested in AMD here. This is a good short opportunity on AMD. I don't think this AI crap is going to take off as they make it seem like. And this was a good long here. Does everybody know why this was based on clouds? Why 95 was good, even though 95 was a major volume accumulation from here? It's also weekly bottom with the monthly mid inside of it. And look where they bounced. Usually that's a good sign for a long.
Hey, Shorty, on Southwest,
Which one?
when you pull that up, yeah, when you pull that up, your weekly top is a closed it's a closed cloud, correct?
It's actually
now,
yeah, it's closed.
On trading view, it's open.
Yep. Let me see what you have. 1 second. Let me just restore my chart. Weekly's open. Yeah, weekly's open. Weekly top's open.
but it's closed on
On TradingView?
Thinkorswim.
No, no,
Yeah,
it's open.
you're not on TradingView.
No, I'm on Thinkorswim. It's open. This is open cloud.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, weekly is definitely
So
open.
okay. So you're
So-
thinking this is going to go to the monthly top?
This is, so right now, if you look, this is our weekly chart, like same cloud, right, that you saw just on straight. This is, it's going to slow down here. Most likely, you know, it has a bearish full send also. I would look for a comeback to 28. And then if you go here and you change this to monthly, the monthly mid's at 33. So they're potentially going to target this all the way to go to 33. They had a bounce. If they bring it to this level here, right? From here to here, this would be a really bullish setup. Like, even though it looks bearish to most, this would be, you know, a really, really bullish setup right here, because that would mean they're confirming and they're most likely going to target 34 and ultimately 42. This is your monthly cycles right now, what you're seeing. And now they're going to target this soon. And you see how the cloud's not as wide. If you notice here, you see how it's pinching in, like right here. It's getting tighter, right? So they're going to have a major pop. And, you know, I don't care about MACD, but there is a cross here on the weekly MACD, and you had a bullish divergence building for some time here. Ever since here, you had a bullish divergence starting. So now, if you look here on the weekly, you had it's called momentum. It's going to shift to the bull side.
That's about where I bought it at.
Yeah. So, and there's a bearish weekly signal here right now. So most likely it's going to come back to 25. I'll make sure to add it at 25. And yeah, I would say, what is this? Weekly bottom is closed. So if it comes back to 25 minutes, to me, it's a no-brainer to add.
I'm just going to hold it down.
Oh, I'm going to hold. I mean, all these things that I buy, I typically hold more than a year, unless like Zscaler, you know, I mean, it didn't make sense for me to hold it. I already was up 100%. I don't need more than that, but so if you look here, Zscaler off the monthly bottom and now all the way to the top, that's 100%. I'm not going to argue too much, right? If I can double my money, I'll take it. So I closed all this, but yeah, I usually typically hold it for a year. And, you know, not trying to be your advisor for taxes, but there's benefits to it. Okay. All right. Any other questions here?
Can you check AMD, Shorty?
I did. I covered it twice. Yeah.
My bad. Somebody's asking in YouTube if you think we're going to get a Santa rally this year, or this month, I should say.
You don't think we already had it?
I'm just repeating the question to you, Shorty.
I'm asking you. What do you think?
I think we have, yes.
Yeah.
I
mean, I would say
we're going to be probably dumping from where we're at.
This is a big level where we're at. So I'm on SPY right now, and just as I said, when I buy shares, I look for buying where the monthly, the weeklies are together. Well, I'll zoom in here, and you have daily top. Doesn't really matter. I can delete it from here. Let's just change it to something crazy. Yearly. So right now you're in the monthly, the weekly, and the quarterly top on SPY. If they can manipulate this market to break this level right here, let's say 463 cracks, they're going to tap 480, which would be the last basically resort for bears. And I would anticipate that we, you know, get a little bit of rejection here. But if they're not able to crack 455 here quickly, that inventory is going to get, you know, it's probably net long. They're going to be looking to sell that off. Right. I think more reward here is bearish right now than it is bullish, but I'm not bearish necessarily, just because, you know, on analysis, if you look at the daily, if you go back to your candles, you know, we were in this consolidation here for, I don't know, was it 12 days now or whatever we had, and you cracked it, but I personally don't consider this a breakout. level just yet. I don't think they broke nicely, and I don't think the volume confirmed it 100%. You're going to have a lot of shit happening on ES, at least in terms of volume, switch on the contracts. So on SPY here, the breakout's not 100% confirmed yet.
So they're asking about 4,800 on SPX.
What about it?
I don't know. I don't even. I would like if I'm worried about a Santa rally, I'd be looking at ES or SPY, not SPX. But
yeah, I mean, anything over 42 on SPX is gonna high chance of 4,800 if they're able to crack this right here. You know, I don't like trading in the clouds when aggressively, but if they also lose this 45.50, I just know one thing for sure.
You said 42. You mean 46, right? 46.
I said 46, 42. Yeah.
Oh, I must have misheard you. Okay.
Yeah, 46, 42 is the level here. If it clears this, right, then they have a little bit of space here with no interference but the top. But if they fail this, they're in a lot of trouble here. Because they're inside the weekly cloud, monthly clouds here as well at 46.40. They will be completing this bearish cycle all the way down to the weekly bottom. I typically don't like buying stuff when it's here. Right now, unless we get a clear breakout of this high and volume is there and the auction is not slowing down, then great. But all I see is that support is below here. You have overhead, and then the support has a huge fill, probably somewhere 3,700 or so. We just completed a cycle, guys. Monthly cycle is done. They bounced a monthly mid, completed it. Now, if they can't crack it, they're going to go to the bottom of this one. Okay. All right. So last week, I believe, or last class, we covered volume profile. I just want to go around. Is there anyone not familiar with volume profile on this call right now? Anyone not familiar with volume profile? It's okay if you're not. Okay, so it seems like, what about market profile? Do you guys feel more confident on market profile or volume profile? Which one do you guys feel more confident in?
For me, volume profile.
So, okay. Anyone else? You prefer class on market or volume?
I mean, for me, it would be volume, but I don't think. I think other people would be more important than me personally.
Yeah, I'd like to learn more about market than volume right now.
Okay. Anyone else? It's okay to have opinion, guys. You guys can say something.
Market.
Market.
All right. Well. All right. Let's do a market. A lot of principles, I will just state this, from volume profile are applicable to market. Market carries, I would say, a different terminology, right? So let's kind of go into market profile. So we'll cover these concepts here, and then we'll look at the charts and how do we put a plan together based on market profile. Let's kind of go into it. As you guys know, the Peter Stadelmeier, and being they're able to fix the tape, we're gonna lose, I think they said, a minute of audio on that, but yeah, they're able to fix it.
Great.
They offered me $18 discount, and I told them to keep it. So the market profile was invented by Peter Stadelmeier, right? So he had the idea that we can, the patterns repeat, and the volume and the time is the most important piece. And he focused mainly on time, price and time, which leads to value, right? Don't confuse it, right, with volume profile. If you're new, volume is basically volume at price. This is how much time you spent at the price level. Because if you're spending a lot of time at a specific level, it might mean something to you, right? Same with you guys, right? I mean, majority of you guys spend time at home, but if, let's say, you have a favorite bar or something you go to a lot, it has value to you and it means something to you, and most likely you're gonna come back to it the more you spend time with there. I wouldn't say that market profile is an indicator, but it rather gives you a clear picture of what the market's doing at that moment, right? And especially, once the day closes, we're able to see some things that otherwise you might not be able to understand if you didn't have it. And I would ask question here for some of you guys that were introduced to market profile by me, does it give you enough information now that you're cautious or able to read day to day better? Do you guys feel like that understanding access, poor highs, poor lows, single prints, and the meanings of it, does it help you make decisions?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So, and that's what it's supposed to be, right? It's supposed to give you what is market doing, who's entering the market, is it leaving any information regarding, poor highs, some people call them mechanical highs and lows, right? Is there inventory imbalances, right? Those are the things the market profile can do. And then based on market profile, even intraday, sometimes you guys hear me, are we framing up or down on intraday, right? And some of you guys have the ability to split those TPOs into other time frames. Some of you don't based on the platform you use, but that's what a market profile is. Really not an indicator that's going to tell you a buy signal or a sell signal. It tells you where the value is. A lot of people say, the price is the only one thing that pays, but people only buy when there's value, right? Price is one thing, but it doesn't mean it's gonna be bought at that price, right? I have a friend that's in a rental business. He has about 13 cabins. And he said the past 3 years, he could put any price on some of these cabins and people would just rent it out. And he says right now, I can't even get people to book it at half the price. Well, I would say the priorities and the value shifted, right? For people, I would say the value shifted in a sense that if they have to pick to go to an Airbnb or buy groceries for the month, I would say most likely most people buy groceries for the month and go to Airbnb for a week. So that's the perception of the value that I believe is more important than the price itself. If you're patient enough and you know where the value is, that's great. And then market profile, there's rules. If it's a two-sided activity profile, if it's, access high, access low, then I tell you, we're negotiating till we break or absorb the excess and we're going to pop. And that's what market profile gives you, all that information so you can make a sound decision based on what's going on today. The basics, right? So each letter that you guys see here, I think there's a way for me to actually do something here. Yep. Okay. So each letter that you guys see here, like letter B here, is 30 minutes, right? And I think a lot of you guys, and I added a slide to explain this, what it means here, if you guys look at this screenshot of coffee from 99, we have coffee in A period. A period traded the price between 9100 and 9175. That's why there's letter A, and this is a split profile where you guys see A, B, C, and D. Some of us have the ability to split this. Why do you guys think this would be useful versus composite? This is called composite profile. This is a split TPO profile. Where would you be able to use this?
You can use it to see higher high, higher lows, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it clearly tells you if B traded higher than A, right? Did C break the Bs? And now you can start to see, right? Especially once you have 5 TPOs, right? Where's the 5 TPOs? And usually around 5 TPOs, what would be that, like 2.5 hours? You're able to know if you're going to have a two-sided activity or not, right? And A and B periods, like we're seeing here, is basically your first hour, which is your initial balance. And for instance, in this scenario, you see that we broke above the B, then C period didn't really do anything, stayed within A and B, and then the D period explored lower, but once we reclaimed it, they went back to the POC, and that's typically what it means. It's going to revert back to the point of control. Unable to hold that usually means more downside, and that's kind of what we play as well. Break and retest and failure to hold. POC, obviously, just like volume profile. For volume profile, it's the highest volume. For the TPO, it's where a lot of time was spent. So if you now look, A period traded at 91.25, B period traded 95, C, D, E, F, G, all of these periods traded there. But did A period trade at 91.90? No. So therefore, it's only one period overlap. Only the B period that was at 91.90. So now you can kind of see how the POC was constructed, right? At what point did the price touch and basically composite? Now you're able to see, going on to the next topic, is selling tails, right? Which indicate what? What do selling tails indicate for you guys?
Running out of buyers.
Excess high.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
That's
running
just
out of buyers, and the sellers are giving up their inventory, and they have a little bit of selling, right? And typically that would mean that there's responsible activity occurring at the top, and this would mean that in this case it's responsible sellers are stepping in. You want to be aware of these levels. I would say, if you don't want a lot of crap on your chart, at least identify the weekly area of access, weekly poor high, poor low. And if there's any, access high and low, I would identify those on the weekly. On the dailies, you guys see me identify it just in case, we've been in this bracket previously on 10 days, right? We had the bracket. I didn't necessarily care so much for intraday poor highs and lows. I was aware where was the CPOC, right? Where's the cumulative POC that we had, right? And you can find cumulative, when it's a bracket, usually it's 50% that it's going to occur, right? You find the high and low of the range and you find the 50%. That's 99% of the time you're going to spend. Majority of the time is going to be at the 50% or the halfback of that period that you're selecting, okay? So selling tail indicates sellers are stepping in, and it could be different time frame sellers. And the key sometimes is is this a short cover rally right from the bottom that we're pushing up, or is the net new buyer stepping in and buying that price along with the short cover rally? And those type of things are sometimes difficult to figure out as traders, right? But at least we know when they are showing the tails, the longer the tail, right? If it's more than 2, that indicates a lot more aggression, right? If it's 5, 6, like here, you see the D period. If we didn't have anything else, that would be pretty excessive buying, right? They're absorbing that and they're trying to push the price higher. If I'm showing the single prints. If you have 1 single print or 2 single prints, I would still consider that to be 2 periods or more. It would be access. Anything under that, it would be an unfinished auction. So unfinished auction, if we had a letter A and B at the top here, that means we, most likely we're going to come back and revisit. If you have an unfinished auction, I'm jumping the gun here. If you have an unfinished auction here and you reject, is that one more likely to be broken than access high?
Yes.
Anyone else?
is that yes because you're gonna revisit the level?
Yeah, I mean, it never finished, so therefore, the other time frame sellers didn't show up. Typically, when you have a poor high, poor low intraday, they're going to auction away from it intraday, but the next day they tend to be much easier broken than access high and access low. So keep that in mind. I would say 80% rule is still applicable here. The question you always want to ask is the price imbalance or not. When I say balance, I'm referring to the value area, right? We call it 68% of the, and that's just based on the bell curve, right? Is it within the value area? And then, typically outside of the value area, you see something called like volume tapering. You see the volume if you're to put, number of contracts traded along. That's why they have volume always next to it. You see that there's not a lot of interest outside of value area, and the intraday traders are usually trading inside the value because of liquidity and limited risk reward, because when you step outside, usually that's where big boys come in, whether it's for selling advantageous prices or buying prices that are good, right? Okay. Any questions on this slide so far?
I have a quick question.
Sure.
So not the composite side. What do you call the other side again?
It's just a split TPOs.
Okay, so the split TPO. How can the I gap down, the I period?
You typically would not see it unless there's some weird shit going on in the auction, right? Where it typically does not happen. I rarely see this.
Okay, and so when you're looking at it in the split profile, you really can't tell where that opened or closed, like A or I mean, B, C, or D. You don't know if it opened up there or closed down there, right?
Yeah, you can't tell based on this, right? But if you're to look at, if you have another chart with candles, you would be. But the chart that does tell you open and close on this, like you see, like this little asterisk in this case means, oh, in trading view, there's a little letters that say open and close.
Mm-hmm.
But it does tell you where the market opened and closed, right? And
Yeah.
I would tip, yeah.
So you use this on a daily, just like on a daily, not like.
No, I use it on daily profiles. So when we are starting, let's say at 9:30, we're gonna have letter A and the open somewhere. Then I'm looking to see, are these letters framing up or framing down, right? And a little hint, you need 2 ticks below and above or below to be considered framing up or down, 2 or more. I typically want more than 2. So 3 or more means you're higher or lower. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Yep.
So for instance, in this one, G is framing higher than F here, right? Let's say here, A is still kind of in balance with B because it's only 2 periods, 2 ticks below. I want to see more than 2 ticks to be considered framing up or framing down. In this case, B was framing up, then A, and then quickly, lost that.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Speaking of initial balance, right? So that's the first hour that you're trading. It's important to know that, especially when you correlate this to the type of openings that we have, right? If you're opening inside the value area or outside of the range, it's very important that you know where is your initial balance and are you losing that? Are people interested in trading at the IBH or IBL, or are we causing an extension? Extension typically means, right, if you go into A and B period, which is highlighted here in the yellow, right? That's where A and B are. And you see us, we came back to IBH and the buyer said, sure, we're more interested in higher prices. And they're able to extend that probably 2x of the IB and they're making it more of a trend day. Okay. So extension basically means, are you extending the initial balance of 1 hour up or down? And rule of the thumb, right, not a written down rule, is that you don't want to go against the trend when the IB is being extended higher with volume, right? So like this one here had a decent breakout. They came back, they tested the value area low, and then they kind of compressed here, if you want to call it bull flagged, and they defended this. And then you see that, we have in this lower distribution here, if you go up to this ledge here of CDGH, you would say that you have a P-shaped profile, right? It looks like a P shape, and then they proceeded to go higher and build again, and now almost like a double distribution. Usually when you have 2 distributions like here, you can separate it to be into almost treated like 2 days. Take that area and then take the other area, and if they're no longer accepting prices higher, most likely they will find the POC of the bottom area and target that one. If that makes sense. Okay. I keep switching screens here. Failed auction, I touched base. So this would be, an example of a poor high, right? Where you have 2 letters at the top instead of the single letter, right? Even on the bottom here, where you have 1 period, that's still a poor low, not a poor high, but poor low. VPOC and a halfback, that usually is a pretty good level to short if you come back for a revisit. If you break below and you're coming back for a revisit, that's usually the 50% is the halfback. That's what it means. You take the high of the day, the low of the day, use the fibs or whatever you use. That's your 50%. And usually when it, you crack or below, open below it, come back for a revisit, that's a really good short. Access high and lows, that's what we touched base earlier, or called single prints, and single prints can occur at the top and the bottom only, right? No. Single prints can occur in the middle of the profiles, and that's how typically double distributions are separated, right? And we covered that before on the type of days we have. Usually if you have a single print that's in the middle separating, and if you're at the top and you want to transition back to the bottom one, you need those single prints to be eaten alive. Remember, we had a scenario, I think last week or so, where we're like, I think it was 58 and a quarter on ES, if I remember, or 58 and a half.
68.
and to 71, I think it was 60.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had that level, and we said if it cracks below that, most likely it's going to do that, right? And you saw them defending, and then I believe they lost it. Once you lost it, they were able to eat that and go to the bottom of the node and seek acceptance in that area, right? So it's important to know when you see these single prints, if they're separating a single profile, into two, treat those as two profiles, right? You have the value area at the top, you'll have the value area at the bottom. So if you're no longer accepting price to be inside of this value area and you want to auction lower, well, guess what? You're most likely going to be targeting the bottom of that value area to see what's going to happen there, if they're going to be accepted or continue a rejection. Okay. I would say the most important piece when you guys are looking at market profile is to know as quickly as you can. Obviously, the previous day you can categorize, did you have a trend day up or trend day down? Did you have a neutral day or was it a normal variation day? I think it's important to identify it so you know, in relationship to single prints and in relationship to how big the IB was, right? The narrower the IB, it wasn't really a healthy auction. If it's wide, prices were being accepted. That's an important thing to call. So identifying the type of days, and I would say these are really really good slide to keep next to your monitor, kind of identify this. And you're not going to get better at this if you just look at the slide and you're not able to kind of visualize this and go on your chart and spend some time on it, because you do have to practice this. I would say the most important piece in trading is going to be your experience on the charts itself. So if you go back and you identify, hey, what type of day are we having yesterday? Well, what are the odds that, if you had a typical wide balance today and you close inside, well, what are the chances of you breaking that typical wide balance tomorrow? I would say much lower than if you had a neutral day or, a range day and you close at the POC, right? Those type of behaviors and, finding those clues really does help you to know how to trade. So the first thing that I do when I look at the market profile is, hey, what type of day did we have yesterday? If we had a double distribution trend day to the upside, well, did we close within the upper distribution? If we did, that's bullish, right? If you closed, right below, let's say value area low of the upper distribution, well, that becomes a little bit troubling, right? Because it's telling me you're not accepting the price, and most likely you can revisit the bottom distribution. On a neutral day, you guys know you have, extreme bullish, and on a neutral day, if you're on a neutral day and you're closing somewhere close to the value area high, you're leaning more bullish than bearish because, you're further away from the fair price of the POC and you're looking to go auction higher. But if it's the last period, then it means it needs to be validated the next day. Usually, right, if you're auctioning on any type of day and, any of these 5 days, the last period, if you're spiking outside of the value, that has a meaning, and we'll cover it here shortly, but that means a spike. And on any of these days, when you have a spike, that needs to be validated. Okay. Do you guys need me to go, or you guys can do some homework and look for these days, or when we do live, I can call some out when I see them. But typically what you need to look at, right, is when you start with the day, where's your value area? Where do you open the next day, right? And where do you close? And then you kind of keep building. Hey, this is a normal, this is a double distribution day, this is a neutral day, and you're able to kind of see, are they rejecting the value area highs of the previous day or a weekly high? So that way you can formulate, are they liquidating longs or are they liquidating shorts, like the P or lowercase b shapes? What exactly are they trying to do? Right. And then, I think you can make some assumptions, right, based on what you see and your experience. You're seeing a lowercase b in the uptrend. Your ear should perk up and be like, hey, something's off. Somebody's being liquidated, and most likely longs are being liquidated at the top. So that's how I use the type of days to kind of figure out. And most of these, I visualize them, I would say, they're in my head just as we had them, as we have this right here. But let me show you. I visualize them in terms of lines. Where are you opening? What kind of day did you have? Where did you close? and then along with the shapes, right? P, lowercase b, B, and a D shape profile. And that's covered in the volume profile. I would say the naming is different, but the concept is still the same. You have P shapes, you have B shapes, and how to trade them. That's in the profile as well. Based on volume profile, it will still be applicable to market profile. Okay. Any questions on this? Okay. When you think about confidence, why do you guys think it's important to correlate confidence to these type of days? Market auction confidence.
To be
For
able
confirmation.
to find the direction.
Yeah, very good. So that's why when you see a P shape, right, you don't expect us to, if they're really confident they want to take prices higher, that's why they don't spend a lot of time at the bottom prices. They just auction away from it, right? And they're seeking price to go higher. Opposite is true as well in the B shape, or lowercase b. A double distribution day does not carry the same confidence or, excuse me, as a P or a lowercase b because they're not certain. At one point they want it lower, they combined, they accumulated and they shifted higher. That's not showing the most confidence. When you pair this with the opening type, you can get a really powerful combo to trade. And some of you guys, I've noticed in the chat that you guys are calling out what type of auction it is. And as you combine the date types and the opening types, you basically eliminate 50% of your troubles for your bias. Okay. I think most of you guys are aware of this, right? So it's one of your quiz questions. Responsible buyers are always, above, within, or below. And identifying, in what time frame this is happening is super important, right? If you're on the weekly and you're getting access high, and as we peak above that value area high, you're getting a lot of sellers. Oh, well, that means just there's a lot of selling that's being responsive. If you get buyers and they step in and they want to leave that area, you'll need initiation, buying to be happening. Inside of that value, it's usually the two-sided activity that's trading in between. Outside of the value areas, usually you have the heavyweights fighting at the extremes, and the single prints help you identify who's winning. Okay. TPO count, I don't want you guys to kind of focus on that too much. 4 types of open. I think this is fairly important for you guys to know, and it doesn't take much for you guys to figure out. Usually within 30 minutes, you should know what type of auction you're having. So the most confident one is the open drive, right? You're opening, you never break the 30-minute low, right? And then you proceed to put in higher highs or lower lows, depending if you're bullish or bearish. What's important to know is when you have an open auction like this, is that the levels, almost all the levels that you have, seem like they're not there. And you guys have seen these type of days where they just open and they literally kill one level slice by one. And they're just, it's high confidence and they're reaching to their target, whatever that is. It might not be intraday target, and they're just pushing higher. And a lot of people get in trouble here when you see an open drive, right? Where we, in this case, this picture, we didn't really put a lower low and people start shorting every one of these. And that's where a lot of people get into trouble, because when you have an open drive, right? And let's say you had a tight IB the day prior or value area, excuse me, most likely you're shorting a train and you're gonna regret it. So this is your highest confidence type of open. When you trend higher or lower, and you're, in this case, you're not breaking that opening range low. And I would say in this scenario here, right here, you had a bunch of equal lows. You never broke the the opening low, and you just proceeded to go higher. It's important that you identify this, that you're not fighting an open drive up or down right out of the gate. So if you see that they're struggling to put in higher highs, maybe it becomes an open auction. And open auctions are tough to trade because it's a really limited risk reward. But if you're seeing open range high or orb high being cracked, go over the trend. Don't try to fight the too much trend unless you have a key level, let's say something weekly or monthly above, right at it. Then you have to play, a little bit of limited attack and kind of be on the defense instead of offense. Open test drive. So, market's going to open, it's going to test any levels that you have, right? The 4 levels I would focus on as an intraday guy: PDH, PDL, value area high, value area low. It comes in, tests, and it kind of reverses quickly. So in this case here, we opened, they came back to the previous day high, and look, they proceeded higher. Excuse me, I would say last week you guys had a couple of open tests, and there was one reject reverse drive as well last week that was shown, and that was actually really good. So it went higher, then it broke the opening range low and continued lower, and that's open, reject, and reverse. In this case, it's just an open test. Open, tested, and proceeded to go in a way. This is second highest in terms of market auction confidence, right? So you have open drive, open test drive, and then you would have open, rejection, reverse, like where you open, you reject a key level, and then you would break that low and proceed in the opposite direction. Can everybody identify these during the day, or are you guys having a hard time figuring them out?
My question is then, it looks like this and the prior one are identical before the retest at the 30-minute.
Yeah, so an open test drive, in this case, you would not break the low, and an open rejection, you would break the low or high.
Yeah, I'm just saying they're identical until you get to that point to make a determination.
That's correct. That's correct. That's your only differentiation between the two. And this one typically has a little bit less confidence because you just went high and you didn't like it. Now you're going back to the low and you're losing that. So, do they know what they're wanting to do, right? This typically leads to a trap in the morning, right? Between 9:30 and 9:45. If you see a level that becomes like a strong high or a strong low where it's a quick rejection, that typically will give you an indication of a rejection reverse setup. Okay.
Does it typical, like in your example here, does it typically bounce off that level?
No.
Would this almost look like a trap situation?
Exactly. Yeah. No, it doesn't. It typically would slice.
Okay.
Yeah. When you have an open rejection reverse, once they're not able to crack that, when they trap enough people, let's say at the top in this case, they typically don't hold back. If they do hold back, then that confidence factor that I call out is very true, and it might end up being into a typical day where you're just trading inside the range that you set up the parameters. Okay. Open auction, I would say this is your basically non-trending days. And typically if you have news, and I would say next week, I don't know if you guys looked at a calendar, but if there was a week, like I mentioned a couple of weeks back, if there was a week for you to size down, it would be this week. There's FMOC, there's speakers. I mean, there's so much going on. It's Christmas season coming up. A lot of stuff, hedge fund bonuses are coming up for performance review. This is a really good week to, if you're used to trading ES on a contract, go to 3M ES. Or if you're used to NQ, go, 4M NQ, right? Whatever your account size is, but I would definitely size down on this week. And it might be one of those weeks where you see profits and you take them rather than, trying to catch 200 points or 100 points. I'll be grateful if you can catch and walk out green on this week alone, just because it's going to be a lot of, I would expect volatility to be present this week just because of the number of events that we got stacked. Okay, market profile, I covered all of these pretty much. Inventory levels, does anyone know how to think about inventory levels? Anyone know?
Volume?
Okay. Yep, there's some of that. So there's a concept, right, in trading where they talk about whether inventory was long or short, right? And then there's rebalancing on inventory. And we talked about this, maybe you're just not correlating. When we talk about a dealer, right? When the local, somebody wants to sell the inventory at value area high weekly or monthly. Well, the local has to do what with the inventory? If somebody's selling, what does the dealer have to do?
Has to buy.
Yeah, the dealer has to buy it, right? And they're there to facilitate the trade. So they have to take that inventory. Well, now they know, they have a lot of inventory of X. And if somebody else comes in to sell the X, now they have a lot more inventory of X, right? Either they're going to hedge against the X, right? Or they're going to look to find a quick buyer for $1 more or a penny more and sell it to them. And that's how they make money. There's a rule that says if your overnight inventory, right? So let's say, do you guys know what settlement time is?
M period.
Okay. Anyone else? What time does
It's
settlement
that
start?
1 hour that market closed, like 5 p.m.
4.
4:15.
4:15.
4:15 is the settlement. Okay. So SPX trades like a euro option, right? There's no share settlement, and SPY, you better have some money if you're in the money on SPY close at 4:15. So what that means is when you have a 4:15, let's say we closed at 4,500, and then 6 p.m. comes in, okay, and the price is trading all the time above the settlement price of 415, whatever that 4,500 level. If we assume that we are net long on the inventory, let's say 9:30 comes in, and hopefully you guys can visualize as I'm speaking, I'm detailing step by step. So between 6 p.m., right, when the market futures open, and we spent all of the time above the 415 close from the day prior, we assume the inventory is net long. Why do you guys think this is important?
Means confidence, so that they tend to push the price higher, less accept and above.
Okay, anyone else?
The dealer's going to want to open up high in the morning so he can get rid of some of that inventory.
There's that. So there's two ways to play it, right? Just like anything in the market. If it was one way and it was always working, guess what? All of you guys would be billionaires. So if you think about it, if after 6 p.m. we're above the settlement value, right? Settlement price, and it's net long. Well, if these players that are trading after hours are net long, and then the cash session opens, let's say if we open global New York session at 9:30, those are weak hands that traded ETH. Most of the time, those are not strong traders. Okay. What they typically like to do, if we continue higher, right? If you have an open drive right out of the gate and you're not putting in lower lows, that net long inventory overnight means it's validated. Means that they were prepping for a move higher and it's going to go much higher. So the drive, open drive, along with what you knew about net long inventory, checked out. Does that make sense so far? Did I lose anyone?
No, makes sense.
It makes sense.
Now let's give you another scenario. If you're net long and right out of the gate you have a weekly level that's right above that where we open and we sell off from there, why would they do that? Why would they sell off and then have an open test drive?
Clean up the inventory.
Yeah, you clean up the inventory. You take the inventory from those weak hands that were trading ETH. You take their inventory and then you look for a good level to go long, right? They're most likely going to get them out of the position, right? And as long as they don't, let's say they don't break the settlement close price, it's not a bad long level to go. And I'll show you guys on Friday. They did pretty much identical of what I'm talking about. If you have a screen up, just look at Friday. See exactly what they did pre-market and what they did at open. Okay. Is anyone confused about inventory? And opposite is true as well. If you're trading below the settlement price, the whole overnight session, that means you're net short. Somebody's positioning short. And if that does not have a continuation in the morning, then most likely it's going to be a trap and reverse. So that's, if you ever hear inventory, that's most of the time what they talk about. And then there's rebalancing on inventory based on whether it's overnight or if it's RTH session, right? There's rebalancings of inventories.
Yeah, and how about, the overnight session is low, but at 7 a.m. when Nasdaq opens, suddenly everything is reversing higher. How to interpret that?
So give me a scenario again so I can visualize it, please.
Like, settlement price, say 4,500.
Uh-huh.
Whole night, the market traded between 4,480 or maybe, 4,500-ish. But at 7 a.m., suddenly the entire, bearish action disappears and market starts moving up between 7 to 9:30. And what has been happening of late recently that we see that
Okay.
from yeah,
Yeah.
that's
So
the scenario.
if you're trading around the settlement price, so a very good question. If you're trading around the settlement price, what is your thought process? Who are they, long or short?
I would assume they're around balance.
Yeah, it's balanced. So if you're trading within that, settlement price and you're going up, you're going down, that means the fair price is there, equilibrium is there. So most of the time, what happens is if you think about POC, how it's formulated on volume profile is where a lot of volume happened. If you have price that's oscillating around volume profile and then price goes away from fair price, what is price looking to find? If it's going higher, what is it looking?
Stop the buying.
It's looking for responsible activity to happen. It's looking for where it's gonna shut off the buying. And the sellers might not show up. It might not show up that day, it might not show up that week, right? Markets can go higher. But our job as a trader is to notice that when the auction is slowing down, whether the volume disappears, like volume tapering, or if we are reaching a previous level of interest, like access of some sort or value area highs, where we know we did not have value before. So if you're opening out of the gate and you're auctioning higher, well, we are in balance and maybe there was news or not even news related, but we auction higher, then I would just pay attention to volume and see if it's justified when they get out of the gate and look for a retest. I typically would not take that immediate long unless I see something. And occasionally you guys will hear me say they're going to run it out of the gate, right? And that's because, we had an accumulation there before, they popped, but we never cleaned up below. And they're positioning for a move higher. That typically is how I play it. If they're inside that balance, right? If they're trading around that close settlement price, they're not really giving you an indication. So you have to wait for open and then kind of wait to see how they behave on the auction drive, on the open drive. If they're trading settlement price, don't get too excited.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let me see on time framing. So what did I cover? This is good. I put this here because I heard some of you guys ask about the periods, right? I added a table which letter it corresponds, and most of you guys should be familiar with this, right? This is your initial balance, 9:30 to 10:30. Then you have the C period, and then periods where you have the spikes. So you're watching for M period, even though on TradingView sometimes it goes in N period just because that 415. This is the periods you should care about. Does anyone know we have more than what periods to count framing up or down?
3.
You need more than 3, right? You
Three.
want to see definitely more than 2 periods for framing down. If you want to pay attention to the framing down, it becomes really difficult when it's a composite profile. So if you have the option to split, do the split, right? So a question on the first one right here, are we framing up or down?
Down.
It's a trap by me, so be careful how you answer.
I mean, B frames.
We don't have
up.
2 periods.
No.
We need 3.
B's the only frame that goes up 3 points and doesn't extend past that for a movement.
Yeah, this is framing up. The B period is higher than A, right? And then C period, right, is also higher than B, but it's not lower than B, right? So this is framing up. What about this one?
Balance.
Balance.
Maybe a deep profile.
I don't know. Is C being 3? Yeah, I was going to say, with C being down 3 off A, is that considered 3?
That's correct. There you go. That's the point I was trapping you here. Is that B period necessarily wasn't framing down, but C period's framing down than the opening drive of A. And then of course the C is not framing down compared to B, but what about C to A? Definitely framing down. So good eye, Bean.
Okay, so you're supposed. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I was gonna say you have to compare the C to the A in order to figure out if it's framing down.
Well, with the information I gave you, yes. I gave you only 3, right? And when you compared C to B, is it framing down?
C to B, no.
It's not. But C broke A by 3 TPOs. So it's neutral bearish here. That's what I was trying to trap you on, because most people would look at this. But if you look at A, in this case, I came up with these random prices. Tight A and then B didn't frame up because B just explored higher and came back, and then B explored here, but it didn't go lower. But C period broke that to the downside. Okay, does that make sense? And you guys will see when we, many of the, you have quite a bit of letters, right, all the way to M. When they create these ledges, if there was a D that was here as well, what would that indicate to you? If there was a D that was matching BC, let's say it was D here.
That's where the buyers end. They stop buying.
Yeah,
so it's a good place to short.
It's a responsive activity, but it's also an activity once cracked, you go with the flow. Meaning, if you're to crack BCD, because that would be a poor high. Does that make sense? If you had a B, C, and a D here, and you crack that, that's a poor high on intraday here on the letters. In this case, if you had a C here, that would be the access low. And if the D goes higher, that means what about this period?
That's where the buyers came in.
Exactly, where the buyers came in. So it's all about the context, right? There's no, you said, do I compare it to A? Yeah, because the B was not giving me much. B was not telling me, are we going higher or lower? But C period cleaned up, right? So now if the D period comes in and it auctions higher and we have single prints here, then we would know, hey, especially if this is the POC at 550, let's say, the other time frames came, and most likely if we come back to the POC, they're going to defend that. There'll be a new equilibrium and we go higher, right? And I would say NQ on Friday, we took the 2 trades that we were watching on the levels, identical to that, if you go back. Okay. Let's see. Overnight inventory, I just wrote this down for you guys so you understand what it means, settlement price. If overnight trading happens above the settlement market set to be, that was...
Shorty? That previous slide with the TPOs, you said 5 TPOs. What time frame are those? Oh, 2.5 hours. Sorry. Okay, thank you.
Well, each TPO is how much time? Letter A is how much time?
30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Shorty, I have a question here. So, say on the first picture, the B is actually trading 2 POs lower than A. So we can't say it's a one time frame up, right? It's just a framing up.
It's framing in terms of TPOs. It's framing up. B is framing higher. It's not lower because that B did not extend more than 2. It can extend up to 2 ticks.
I see.
Yep. That's why I put that on the bottom. I gave you an example of 2 ticks, because if it's 2 ticks below, let's say the lowest of A, it's still equal. You're not framing down, but on the top, the B had 3 ticks higher, therefore it's framing out higher.
Then I guess my question will come in as then why don't we say 3 TPO as excessive low? Instead, we say 2 TPO will count as excessive low.
Sure. Yeah, you can definitely do that.
Okay, I see.
Yep. Yep. usually, single prints on the bottom. Most people, I would say, 99% of the people, when they look at the access low and access high, they only look for 2 TPOs to be the access, right? But sometimes 2 TPOs is also a poor low or poor high if you look at the context of the day prior.
Yeah, got it.
Right. So sometimes people look at it in isolation and make a binary decision. But if you have 3, then I don't think you have a question, right? If you have 3 single prints on top or bottom, then I would say
That's clearly excessive,
that's
right?
clear excess. Yeah.
I see. Thank you.
2 can be non-binary in my world, right? When I see 2, I don't necessarily mark it immediately as access because that tells me confidence on you buying there was not very good. If you want something,
become
sometimes
tricky.
you want it, right? I mean, you go to a store, I don't know, you want to buy a fishing rod, and you really want it, a specific one. It doesn't really matter what the price will be. You're gonna buy it, right? And it's same in stocks. Let's say we want to buy NWL, the Newell Brands, on Monday. Are you gonna have a limit, or are you gonna go market? If you really want to get filled immediately on Monday, you're gonna go market, right? And so you at that level will be shown as an aggressive buyer.
Correct. Yeah.
And if you're a limit, right, you might have a level somewhere, right? Sometimes I'm a limit buyer on stuff that I see, right? Like AMD, I was limit. Zscaler, I was limit. But if I want to see something, let's say, Pfizer comes into 26, I'll have limits sitting in that range. But if I'm not getting the fill, I might just switch quickly to market buys and get in, right? And that's the 3 TPOs is really your excess, right? 2 TPOs, you have context clues come in. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, thank you. Makes sense.
Okay. So now, when you think about all of this, this next goes into footprints chart. Like, how do you make sense out of all of this, right? So what, right? So are you guys, most of you, switching to March on Monday?
I'll probably do it on Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm going to keep December for a couple days. So
I
we have
was
enough
thinking
data
that
with March.
I was thinking to go Monday and Tuesday, depending, right? I don't know. There's news, right? There's big time news coming up. Let me just see what day. So December 11th. 10-year note is tomorrow. I don't know what's a good day, honestly. Well, CPI is Tuesday.
I guess we just need to look to see how many shares,
Yeah,
volumes being sold, bought and sold.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be. Yeah, I would say it should be switched between Monday and Wednesday. It's your preference on when you want to switch, but it would be between Monday and Wednesday you want to shift over to March contract.
Why would you want to
Does
switch?
it make a
Like, what's the difference?
Well,
Does
because
it
it's
make a
gonna
difference?
expire.
In,
The volume
does it?
liquidity is going to go away from December. Let me finish. If there's nobody trading December and you're wanting to buy December futures, who are you going to buy from?
Nobody.
No, nobody. Yeah. So it matters, right? The liquidity matters. And if all the big players are switching to March and you're trading December, well, there might be somebody that tricks you a little bit on the bid and ask because the spread might get a little wild.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to know because I was new to it.
Yeah. So you don't want to trade a contract that's expiring, right? It's almost like, I don't know if you, how old are people? Like if you go to Blockbuster, if you rented a movie and it's like a 1-day rental, but you rent it on a Thursday, but you want to watch it on a Saturday. It would make no sense for you to rent it on Thursday, right? Because if it's a 1-day rental, you're going to pay twice the fee to watch it the next day. And it's almost on contract. You're buying a December contract that, let's say, that's expiring here shortly. The liquidity of it, the time that you might have with the contract, enough players to trade is low. And now we're watching, I think there's somebody has a link to it where we track the volume and see, at what point is it shifting where, it's taking over. Same thing we had, June, December contracts. When they switch over, you go with them and then you mark the settlement. Where did the contract settle on December? right? Did it settle at certain price? Let's see, it's the Z, right? And you would mark these levels as settlement levels, right? Let's say this one's 4607. If you mark that level and then you look at the March, where is it opening? And this one is, I don't know, it's 46 something, that it opened much higher, right? So I can probably chart December here and then we'll switch over to March sometimes next week.
Shorty, as an example for NASDAQ, we had 226,000 Decembers traded Friday and versus 62,000 in March.
Yeah. So it's, and what about the day prior to that? It's probably picking up some steam.
I'm not sure because I'm at their website. I don't know how to see that. Maybe I can click this button. I don't know.
Yeah, if you open the COT report, it should tell you the switch on the contracts too. Okay, so now when you look at this, right, there's, you can look at this on volume profile or market profile or both, right? So I'll go on TPO, which is your market profile. And if you're new to this, if you type in here, if you type in market profile, so we do have, there was market profile beta version. I'm not sure where did they change it now to.
Yeah, real quick, the prior day was 26,000 on March.
Exactly. Yeah.
So the next day was 62, and yet the December was 262 on Thursday, and Friday was 226. So slowly rolling over. My guess is Monday, Tuesday it'll be even.
Yeah, I would expect that too. So if you go under indicators, type in TPO, you're gonna have this time price opportunities beta version on TradingView, right? And then under the settings, if you want to see the day session, which we care about a lot on a day trading, day-to-day session, you would have this on ES. You would go on ticks per row 1, and then this would be changed to 68. And then you would put that up and kind of unhide this. I'll typically look at this on 30 minutes, and I'll look at an RTH session. So now you have a market profile, and all those cool letters that you saw earlier are going to be shown here when you zoom in. And now when you take a look at this and what's happening, there's a couple of things you can identify about each volume profile. So in this case here, you had, I would say you had a P-shape profile as well. Usually when you're playing, P-shapes, there's a couple of ways to play it. You want to play the high volume nodes retest below on the long side. If it's a breakout level, you want to play the break of the high, right, which was about 96. And you want to see continuation with volume. So in this case, for let's say Thursday, you have something here, right? I believe what period was it? M period. Wow. So what I'm marking up here now is what? What would this indicate for you guys?
Single prints.
Yeah, single prints, and this is pretty aggressive, I would say, right? When you take a look at this, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's a handful of other time frame sellers that came in here, and you guys should have had some levels here below 08 and 12. There was a lot of levels in that area, and it seems like that they're still very important. In terms of close, is this a bullish or bearish close?
Bullish.
Yeah, I would say it's a bullish close. They went above the value area high, right? They had a little bit of spike, but then they sold off. So tomorrow, if they're able to clean this right out of the gate tomorrow, or stay in this area and not dip inside the value area high here, going to be constructively bullish to go upside. My next level of interest here is somewhere around 46.30. Actually, it's like 33 or something like that. So we'll put that level there for a moment. But now, if you look at this, in terms of profile, right? If I just increase this for a moment so you guys can actually see this. Does this look like a clean lowercase or P profile? Is this
yes?
This is a clean P shape?
I don't think because
no.
I traded.
No,
Too fat.
Oh, it's too fat. Usually you don't want to see more than 5 TPOs on the bottom anywhere. You want to see concentration at the top. So if you look here, 1, 2, 3, 4, this one looks much healthier than this one for a P shape. You want to see 5 TPOs and plus on the top, not necessarily on the bottom. So if you look at, a P shape like this one here. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. and then you popped, and the majority of the volume was in this area.
Yeah, that's a healthy looking P.
Yeah, that's a much better looking P. And then if you look at this, it's not necessarily the best. I wouldn't say this is the best breakout level yet, because if this was our range high, right? You guys agree? This was our range high here. And I'll just mark the range low for now so you guys can see it.
Shorty, I'm saying we closed below the POC, just barely.
Yeah, barely, yeah. But it's on it, at the POC, so it pushed lower. So now this is our range low and range high for a couple of days. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, well, quite a bit, right? 15 days or so. We'll start
At least
here, right? So at least 16 days, right? I'm not including this one and this one here. From this day on, this is your balance right now, right? So if you guys look, this is your high and this is your low. When you crack a range that you've been in for 16 days that we just identified, you do want to see a better crack than this, right? Because think about it. If you had a balloon and you pumped the balloon in it for 16 days, air inside of it for 16 days, and you let it go, and it literally did nothing. It did not move. Is this what you want to see from the balloon? Just pop and just deflate there?
not enough air in it.
No, there's not enough movement in it. It's almost like when you flip a coin, right? I'm sorry, when you spin a coin, when you first spin it, you can't tell it's a coin, right? It's just constantly spinning. It looks like a sphere, it looks like a balloon or a circle. But when it slows down, it becomes flat. You had this nice little range here and it popped and they did not confirm it. So tomorrow, if they're not able to quickly establish value above 607 or tonight, well, you have this POC here, right? That, you're closing, I would say, is being set right at it, right? This would be the level I'm watching. If you're not able to hold here, most likely you're going to be interested to see it go all the way to this level here, 45.92. And that level becomes important because it happens to be, it's your value area low of yesterday. And when you look at it, it would match the prior value area high, right? So this level here, you lose this, most likely you're going to be there. And now if you look at this here, just zoom out. If you're not able to build value here, where's your fair price? And you can literally count how many times a certain level hit. Look at this right here. It's going to be between here and here, the POC.
Yeah.
And if this is my multiple days POC, in this case, CPOC on 16 days or whatever that is, if you're not able to build value that's higher, you're going to revert to the mean. 9 out of 10 times, you're going to come back to this level. We know the first sig level right here, we're going to mark that. And first sig means just first standard deviation, right? And you're going to have a positive skew and a negative skew. So we're going to mark this one on the bottom. And typically, if you're able to get in here and crack this, where are you headed? Most likely you're headed to the first sig here to see if there's responsible buyers sitting at the bottom. And all tomorrow depends on is you crack this, you're going to show bearishness, go to the value area low. You lose this, you're going to 45.80. If you lose this, then you're probably targeting 54 because there was not enough initiation at the top to drive this. Okay. So this is our daily, and I'm just going to zoom in a little bit just to actually see if there's any other single prints I'm missing. So there's definitely single prints, I would say. Where is this? Right here. What kind of drive was on Friday?
Open test drive.
That's reverse.
Oh, be careful. Reverse would have done what, Bean?
Reverse would have continued to break below and continue dropping below the open.
They would have cracked this.
That's a test. That's a
Open test drive.
Open
right?
test drive, yeah.
So they came back, rejected it, and then they continued higher, but not with a lot of confidence. Hence, when we say, and we looked at those open drives, right? We said the open drive is highest, right? Open drive should have made higher high here. I would say this is not a clear higher high break here in my world. You broke with the wicks, never with the body on 30 minutes. Therefore, it's high potential. You're going to be back here tomorrow, 45.92. Okay. So if it cracked below, it would have been open reverse drive, open test drive now. If it wanted to be an open drive, it shouldn't have never, it should have continued higher, but there's not enough confidence there. Okay. So far, so good, everyone?
Yes. Shorty, are you using the 12 days out for FVP? November 13th, 14th?
Yeah, November 21st.
Oh, 21st. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. And just keep in mind, I'm an RTH when I drew this. Usually I do electronic here.
ETH, yeah.
So in this case, and you see that this node is massive, right? 70 starts at 70 all the way to here. So it's, and just look at how it responds, right? I mean, this area here, it's not a single level when you have a POC. It's really, a range. So I would treat it as such. I would not try to play the game with that. And you see the first sig here is fairly important. I remember this 80 level being super important from before, so it's still important, right? If they're able to hold that, that's bullish. They crack below that, that's bearish, but we'll take a look at it on a weekly level. Okay, so now that I looked at it on the, on a daily level, I know where the axis is, right? I was able to spot that using the TPOs. We know where the axis high is. We know where the axis low is right here on the single prints. Now you want to look at that on a weekly level, right? How are we, how are we progressing on a weekly level? Are we making higher highs? Is the value area high shifting? So let's change this. So if you guys look, the axis of the daily is what? Axis on the weekly, because obviously the price only went there once. The seller showed up, and now you see here, look at your weekly levels, for instance. Look at your axis here now, starting at 53 on the weekly. So your first sig and the axis pretty much match here. I would say it's pretty good level for a bracket market to fall in, right? And if you lose this, remember how we said 45.92 is an important level. What else do you see that makes a confluence for you to potentially expect more down if that was to crack?
What was the question again, Shorty?
What is another confluence item that tells you if you're able to lose this level, you might accelerate down to POC?
Volume and aggressive buying. I mean, selling.
How about the weekly value area high?
We get the SIG 3 up in that area too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so most likely, yeah, it'll be probably SIG 2, I would think. Yeah, this one is at 4603 SIG 2, and it had trouble there before. Okay. So now if you lose this level 45.90, things really looking down that you can crack to 45.70. I would expect small bounce here or a major bounce. Why would this be an important bounce level? Right here. This zone right here.
Single prints that are right there.
There are single prints, but also would mean that they're trying to shift from this value that was built up in here higher, right? Because remember, if you do even this, you'll be able to tell where majority of your volume was, right? So if I zoom this out, put it on 22.
We also got a July POC there too.
Now you're able to see where a lot of your volume was. Your volume was really concentrated in this area, like this is showing. Not a lot of volume was there. So if you're coming back here, they're going to try to build volume and area higher. Value area needs to be built. They cannot crack inside 80. If they crack inside 80, they're going to hit 50. Probably same day or day after. Because if they can't build value here, they're going to explore the opposite side rather quickly. If you lose this, you're headed here. This is going to be a big, big level. And, you know, if they're really bullish, they need to do this. If they're extremely bullish, what would be their setup for tomorrow?
They just open up.
They open higher and they will target this.
So I'm a little confused. If we break that, you're saying we're going to blow through the high. To me, I'm seeing the highest density is around 70. Is that CPOC?
Yeah, but the rule of value
volume
says
profile.
if you crack this, you're going to explore the opposite side of the value. Most likely these buyers.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, they're going to have initiation come in and they're going to try to sell off their inventory because at that point they know they can get value what? Cheaper. They can
Lower.
get cheaper. So they're going to
No,
say,
I was looking at the POC thinking we're going to get a rejection there potentially.
I'm sure you're going to get a bounce here, but I'm saying ultimate level would be a lot.
Understood.
You know, I want to buy
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, sig 1 to sig 1. Gotcha.
So you have 3 scenarios tomorrow, depending where we open tomorrow or tonight, right? If we open tomorrow in New York session 9:30 above this, these guys are not messing around. I would target that they're going to go, and I know there's some levels here. We'll find them. I would find levels above. I know there's 33, there's 50, and 46.90, top of my head. But we cannot lose 80 tomorrow. We can come to this level, you know, 45.90, and we should get a bounce here. I would look to go along here, especially if they lose and regain that level. And that's kind of, you know, what I live for. If you look above and fail, I like it. If you know, go below a level where I expect support and you regain it, and that's fairly bullish. And that's how they set the traps on liquidity and inventory. And, you know, I'd rather not be the trap, I'd rather profit from it, right? So 2 levels, watching bounce here. If they lose that, then they cannot lose 80. If they want to remain bullish, they cannot lose 80.
Shorty, quick question. So when you say lose and reclaim, would you prefer it just a wick down and then reclaim, or
wick down
it's
is
like
the
a
best,
full?
right? We don't want to spend too much time below it.
I see. So full body, it's like more indicating that people has more willingness to sell, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that would be like a breakdown. That means the initiation came in, right? And if they're initiative sellers, they are then, you know, I don't think I want to long it if they're trying to initiate down.
Got it. Yeah.
The wick is the best. Clear, you know, that's called sweeping. You sweep the lows and then you reverse and get back in and you go ahead.
Got it.
Yep. Good question. Okay. So now, when we ask ourselves, are we in balance or not, right? So let me hide this guy. So now when you think about, are we in balance here? Well, we're out of balance on the weekly, right? We closed above the value area high. They're going to seek, are we going to go back in balance or not? You know, let's say tomorrow or today when we open. So far, value area high has been shifting higher. I would say here's your value area high on the weekly. I'm just going to hide this for a moment. Value area high is shifted, right? Higher. POC, I would say also shifted, not a lot, but it shifted, right? Value area low shifted. When we looked at this on NQ, I believe it was one of the watch lists remember when I asked why does NQ look stronger? A lot of you guys quickly spotted that daily was shifting value higher, but the price was staying lower, right? So that was an indication that NQ might run, if you guys remember, and pretty much did exactly as we anticipated it to do, right? On one of the sessions that we said, remember, I said I was bullish when we were at the bottom of here, right, at 45.50. I said we're going to most likely get a bounce because everybody that was late short that didn't want to short here is shorting here. And if you're in a bracket market, you don't want to do that in bracketed markets. You don't play bracketed markets the same way as you would in a trend day. Right? If you identify something is trending higher, you're looking for bounces. You're not looking for tops. And here, even now, tomorrow is very important, right? If they crack this tomorrow and no looking back, don't short this. Don't look for the tops. Go with it. Play it. It doesn't matter what your opinion is, where we should be. Go with what market's telling you, okay? If we open, let's say, inside the value prior day, or if we open below 4,600, then this is the level where you look and see how we respond, right? If you go in 5 minutes, here and you look at that, where was the 930 here? Okay, this was your open. So this was your overnight low high right here. You guys see it? Overnight high and then overnight low was here. Take a look at this now when you draw this POC here to here. I'm not gonna extend this. Look what they did on Friday. So this is your open right here, and look where they brought it back.
Yep.
And they pretty much rocketed from that level, right? And I would say Friday was to me was an easy day trade because sometimes you can align with the market and go with the market. There are days where you don't. Yeah. Some of us caught the short, some of us also caught the long side on both of these, right? But NQ was playing really, really nice on Friday, I would say. It was playing by the rules.
Bounced perfectly off the CPOC.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
that
you
was.
caught that. Yeah.
I caught it down, and Burnslide caught it down and up. I'm like, holy cow!
I think he had a nice payday Friday. Okay.
But I have a question about the CPOP. Do you usually mark it by whatever the balance, like however many days the balance is currently in, or how do you calculate what data you use for that?
But typically I look at, so if I look at on the daily, I'm gonna go on a, let's say, SVP for a second, just because I don't have to wait for rendering to come in. So if you look at this, I'm looking for where the overlapping majority of the volume was, or value areas overlapping in ranges, right? So you see this range here is the one that sticks out the most, it's elongated P shape, but majority of the value is overlapping here, right? So if you zoom out, look at this. All of these are overlapping value areas here inside of this. And now we got some that shifted higher, right? And you see this spike. Now they have to hold this. Otherwise, that's why the 80 is important. You're going to go back inside. So I'm looking for overlapping values. And that's how, I could grab this one, but this one here was a spike and then they came back. So that's where I'm looking to see. Like even on this one here, this looks pretty good from this day on to this one here, 3-day balance, or maybe even 4 days if you include this one, 4-day balance, and then the 5th day they cracked. You look to see overlapping value area or range, right? Same thing when we look at, on volume profile accumulation setup or whatnot. You're looking for stuff, if I was to draw an FVP here from the bottom, you can anticipate to see where's the, POC is going to be here, right? 4,400, just because the overlap of time and volume. Okay.
All right, that answers my question. Thank you.
So tomorrow, if we don't see a quick run from the bulls, what do you expect?
It's going to drop.
It's going to drop, guys. Because right now, the same thing we are bullish here. Are you bullish at the top? Or would that be predicting the top?
That would be predicting.
Yeah, that would be truly, you're hopping into a train and hoping it stays on tracks.
Yeah.
Right? Normal responsibility, right? And when you reach the tops, remember that little slide I had? Does this now make sense? The bottom portion right here. You're expecting responsible sellers to step in. If the sellers lift their offer, what happens? We're going to rock it. We're going to go rock it. And that's what we're looking for tomorrow. If we come out of the gate and we crack this level, look for a retest and go long.
Yeah.
Okay.
What if even if they don't give you a retest when you break that level?
They'll give you a retest at some point.
Yeah.
They give you something, right?
Yeah. Okay.
It's just how aggressive do they show it tomorrow, and I would say that's it.
Sure.
45.97 value area high. What is this? July? Is this correct? July POC. You guys have this level? I thought that was the level I had. But 46.34.
No, since the new contract and all that. I just did SIGs and the PDE value area low and
Yeah,
past
I'm not
days.
gonna do much, but I just need a couple of levels above.
Yeah. I'm looking at NQ anyway.
Okay. So these are the levels that I have for upside. I'll check on the regular contract posted in the corner. But that'll be the plan for ES based on kind of the volume and TPOs, right? You're out of balance on the weekly. You're still in the bullish trend, right? So if you're to look at this, right, you're making higher highs, higher lows. You had a consolidation here. We had a break, right? And the question is, did you break with volume? Here it looks like the volume was much higher than the average, right? But we did not really break that with the full body candle. So in terms of volume, yeah, there's pickup in volume, but it really went nowhere. So we need to break this level tomorrow. If they can crack this or open above it, that would be good. Otherwise, it could lead to a reversal, right? Because you're buying at the weekly extreme high now. And
Shorty, what contract are you using for tomorrow? 2024?
That's what we talked about in the beginning. We were using December, right?
December? Okay.
Yep, I'm using December. And here's a POC. Yeah, we are right. Yeah, you guys see this?
Yeah.
This is a big level for tomorrow. I mean, 4607, they got to crack that right out of the gate. Otherwise, this level here becomes really, I mean, you can see here, let me just delete these lines. The week low here and a weekly, high prior to that week is in this range right here. Look at the confluence right here, guys. This is a massive, massive level if they lose right here. Most triggers 45.50, but I would be bearish below this level here, at least to 14 points down. Okay. So daily's framing up, I would say. Weekly is also framing up right here, make higher highs, right? It's making higher highs and higher lows, right? Has a little hammer built in. Does this check out in terms of volume to you guys here so far?
No.
No.
The effort and the result don't match at all.
No.
So this doesn't mean a bullish candle. When you see this one in an uptrend, it can also be a bearish candle. Right?
Looks like you're coming right up against a bunch of sellers.
It's scream. There's a 46, 34, but I had 46.94 from previous area here. Let me show you guys. Like this little supply that we have right here. Yeah, this little supply here, I believe it produces 46.93 or maybe a little higher. Yeah, this level right here is what I had. NQ is right there right now. Yeah, so NQ is right there right now. That's interesting, right? So that'll be interesting level to see how they respond tomorrow. Right here.
NQ is just right under PDPOC.
Yeah, but this is the major level, guys. This is a big boy level here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is your all-time high POC sell-off right here. And the volume last week, I would say it was not that good. Okay. Let me go December. Okay. Any questions on the so weekly we're out of the balance. The daily, you guys saw it. We are out of the balance. All of them, well, daily we close right inside the, I would say, POC on RTH here on TPO. Let me hide this. but you're out of the balance on the daily as well. So out of balance on daily, weekly. If you look at the monthly here, let's change one of these to monthly so you guys can see it. And so far, you're out of balance on the monthly as well. And I would say monthly balance previous is where about 45.98 based on TPO. So that'll be fireworks if we lose that. Yeah, this level is going to be huge. If they fail this, man, they can really, really cause some issues here. Because think about this: if you lose this POC, what are the odds that you go somewhere else? Somewhere like on the bottom here are very, very high. Because you're not accepting this distribution. Most likely you would auction back to this one, see if you find acceptance. We're out of balance on every time frame that I see. So tomorrow, if they continue breaking this, they're targeting 46.34. I would look to add more potential SPY puts here, probably shorter dated, probably like maybe January, something like late third week in January, some closer in the money SPY puts if we come to this level. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I would not consider this to be done on the watch list. I'll do probably clock. Well, actually, I can't. I have family obligations. I'll probably jump in tomorrow morning, 9:15 a.m. Add some levels to this. I'll share the link. I'll trade December tomorrow, and then I'll see how on Tuesday if we switch over to March contract, depending on the volume close. Okay.
Kids are sounding better.
Thank you, Shorty.
Yeah, kids are better. I'm just waiting for my mom to give me a call now.
That's
always,
great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shorty. I apologize for being late.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Shorty.
Thank you. See you later.
Hey, Bean.
Yeah.
I'm gonna DM you for a minute.
Yeah.
Need to talk to you
All right.
for a second.
Okay.